Oops. Shit. $60, $120.
가보지.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게
어.
숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
전부 쳐주게!
속 펀치!
Wow. Both Kim and Ungdo
징계팀 직원이
failed.
당연한 판단이긴 해.
될수 있겠죠?
잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지.
Lovely.
싸울 수 없으면 걸리적거리지 말고 비켜. 거기서 계속 서 있으면 처분 탄원이 날아올 테니. 직접 나서지.
흙을 마실걸?
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 멀고 또 멀구나. 빗소리 속에 묻히도록.
흉터의 결과요.
어때? 사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
전부 쳐죽여!
비와욕의 반수가 이어졌다면 정리로와!
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
예측대로군.
육청!
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
ドクターのように
Weak.
優れた式ですね。これが必要な戦いであれば。
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
살을
쉽게
빼어내고.
하지 않아요.
에.
성공 모드 마크.
이번엔 베어내죠.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
물아떨굴 수밖에. 예측대로. 지루하군. 하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도 긴장감을 불어넣어줄 비장의 예술이 하나 있지. 박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
어.
빗소리 속에 묻히더라. 귀와 요격. 겨냥 상수.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
살을 베어내고.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
못 쳐지게!
와우.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으껴놨지만 저것들은
So
언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
skillful.
내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼. 이 얼마나
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
마지막까지
발버둥.
Hardly a challenge. What a WOT. Ugh. At least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service to Claw is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as these. Yes, I noticed. They keep taking pictures of us with their briefcases. Guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away there for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. Huh. I can see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Massault stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Mersault. I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered, should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct. As though he had some rule of his own that told him this was a specific response for situations like this. Okay. But I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choose his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that. An answer. Nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so. With a curt, "Sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke, I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again, then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery, even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you previously instructed, I have informed you of an immediate battle. Imminent. Yo, Boss Clock. Are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. A brief lull of battle came to a close. And battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Mersault had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No. I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery, and immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chinikins' faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly with the dull, worn-out groan of this thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! That was terrible. Ah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, executive manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit. I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks. This is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metaphorically speaking shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Nongdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course, I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter among themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against a side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So, you tracked me down this far. After what you went through to take refuge in here. They still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience with even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will. What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brool of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Clang. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp's employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now, that does make me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason. I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employees' attacks. As though he was goading us into telling him the truth. I suppose there's any... Don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I really know, the blade. Transforming into a mindless field consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualm showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Legal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest courtesy of you. I'm not reading that again. In a split second, I saw Mersault's eyebrows twitch. A battle is in a minute, Manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. Blinding flash, followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its time coming back. When it did, the first thing that came into view was particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by bamboo-hatted Kim, surrounded by a small army of Chunokan. Mentor! Keep that up, and you'll shout me to death, Amdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams, drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far. Unlike earlier when... Wait, what was that? Everything went dark. I don't even understand what's happening. But first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Testing projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and so that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lines, I give you what you most deserved, your gaze. Bollocks. I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did. Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the other. As Mersault identified, there was something different about the group of Tunican this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That and a great Quando of the Sahil Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and knocked an arrow. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Kyonu. Yup. How do you fare, friend? At the signal, arrows loosing, seize the accused. Warrior loosened a knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle, and with the air splitting sound as their cue, Tunican began to swarm us. Huh. Oof. Huh. 5. There you are. So these two and this.
부서지게!
아하.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
네 상대는 나야. 가속 펀치.
우프.
요격, 함수, 정리노화. 호, 제 행위고. 그렇다면 무상이다. 세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
Lovely.
발광, 차단. 이번엔 태어나자. 무파법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
한 상처는 피해를 받을 뿐 소멸하지 않아. 죽지도 않을 목숨. 최대한 고통스럽게 만들어 보자고.
Hmm.
쳐지게!
네 상대는 나야.
육천!
다른 부서에 있는 애고까지 가져오길 잘했지. 적재적소했으니까 이만큼 효율적인 일도 없잖아.
목이 피한 흙을 마실걸?
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
상체는 피해를 받을 뿐 소멸하지 않아. 죽지도 않을 목숨. 최대한 고통스럽게 만들어 보자고.
발검, 차단.
검주먹 모드.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
피 속에 묻히도록. 돌아 떨굴 수밖에. 양중.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 멀고 또 멀고.
된다면 4월에
예측대로군.
Hmm. Hmm. Got it.
히, 클과 신, 어에
There she is.
짜증나는 시선이 늘었군. 앞으로 한 번만 더 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔 쳐다보면 그땐 예외 없이 모분이다.
Alright.
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시길.
Okay. Yay.
직접 나서지.
Of course.
균형을 잃은 게 아니야. 더 세게 후려치려고 뚱거린 거지.
귀와 요격, 함수, 정민화.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
귀와 요격, 균형 삼수, 상전.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 감가했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
Ouchie.
너희 보조사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
Oh, Flava! She can't possibly lose.
벤더
Right?
사월을 건다.
$95%. Alright.
이번엔
Like
태어나자.
bows. Hmm.
목이 비었잖아.
Wow. Dominating my
지원
ass.
중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
Well,
망설임이 없도록.
예측대로.
Nice.
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
에?
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
망설임이 없도록.
Oh. Okay. Why did you do that? Nah. Thanks. Thanks, Angdu.
설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도
Fucking.
빛의 눈이
Okay.
멀어버렸거든.
Wow. That's great. What are you guys even doing? Oh, so you're actually throwing. How are you even doing that? You are plus 13. Okay. Oh, because you guys are attacking the same fucking dude. Thanks. That so helps.
빗소리 속에 묻히다.
How? That's not good.
주인께서 명하셨습니다. 당신을 청소하라.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아.
Okay.
몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
빗소리 속에 묻히다.
I should have.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
육청
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는 만큼 멀고 또 멀고.
How are you not clashing? Oh, because you're targeting that. Okay. Boy. 20. All right.
직접 나서지.
Lovely. Lovely. Yay. I guess none of them wanna. Fuck hell.
보이지도 잡히지도 않겠지만 그 사슬로 이어져 있는 한 너희의 시간은 사라지지 않을 테지.
직접 나서지. 내려라 모자리들 이라는 뜻이다. 응? 왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마 내가 그 로싱나 이희돈 홍차로 온순해졌을 거라 기대했나?
Oh. Wow.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Uh-huh.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
Nope. Fuck you, Ungdo. You are worthless. Wow. Literally nothing. Okay.
전부 쳐지게!
just a little more, and I think we'd be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. Make our lives a whole lot easier if we could just get rid of one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Ongdu were here to help us find out. But... Shite! Haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, isn't it? Oi, thought you'd go legging it again. That big, sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. Oh, hello. I didn't notice you came in. I've been playing since... I don't remember. I think it was during a Walpurgis or something. With the battlefield consistently shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Jong-yup, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... Ongdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. There we go. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Jong-yup or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is the battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? How can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE. It's dumb. He says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Right. Keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp, or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Yisang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have thought in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience, their concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology. That was the core of his obsession. Canned experience most likely thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph, canned experience. Not seem to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Ah, not a Zen riddle, no. But where did scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest to it. He has been poking around this area with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of the once-driven man, a man who, with a can-do attitude and uncanny ability to pull himself by his own bootstraps and a clear path towards Nest residents who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on the scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once, in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed through in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Inserting a final piece of the puzzle, space before us momentarily warped, flashed. Opening up a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then. We'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then. The gateway to one's fathoms. Huh. This is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle, prepared to enter the dungeon of the Fathoms. But Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathways once it's opened, so... Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrow corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo-hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arms, not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is it really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... W.T.F. Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you... Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own. Well, that is what the abomination is gazing into. We said it's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Got us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer breaks comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Our Shiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating, so do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Face Sasin saves the ego. It is, after all, the attitudes the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You'll make us lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? Show you why team leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation for team leader and me back in our old duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. Wanted to see how you guys handled the inflection point, but I guess you never know, can never really have it all. Ah well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as employee card hangs from my chest. A sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, striking his feet all the while. I shall take The Vanguard. Ah, Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest. You needn't worry.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
Oh, she
유익한
is so
지도
down
또
bad.
하나 얻었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수...
돌아오고 있어요.
Oh, that's a
뒤틀리면서
lot.
다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠.
Oh boy.
이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Neat. Okay. Just in case. Farmer L Corp. Designate the idea. I know this. I will need specific IDs. Help. Guess you. No, just bring you. Paralyze was nice. Tremor, bleed. Bind. You have some poise. Might as well, though. Does this one have tremor? Nope.
어머, 부탁드려요.
Best I can do. That's how everyone been living, then my life my photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp streets, greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery. I wouldn't be surprised to find an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. This is a place hardly fit for human habitation. Far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth. Really? 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 I don't know, it's a really. I think it has a cool vibe. Vibes my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep here. I sleep in here. I don't think that's right. Vibes my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. Sleep. Yeah, that's what it is. The lives of the Dawn-Traveled were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Maybe times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. The distortion revealed the fathoms of those it gazed into, as Kim had said. Perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that joga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite, solely mine, yet in this mirror world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel has burst, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Jong-yup. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you've come to seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's become unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? to have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. Working of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me. She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade, like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Yong Yup, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal's. Ah, not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I would never let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe. But people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine. You have a point. I guess I have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... The world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. Because of that same luck, that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, a man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exile himself to the backstreets. Yet with the power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find the path of sword, another way into the nest. As the right state councilor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? Oh, those superlatives, yet the reality is I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Aha! Not a compliment. Not a compliment. Just the word on the street. Ha! You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-Headed Kim, thank you. Ha ha. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, Almighty One. If I'd come all the way here to just punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two. 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feels safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? Oh, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. Couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way of finding a way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps it's are not such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in an age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game Sukjong. Save them for the festivals of Dano. I was throwing rocks at passerbys. Fie on ye. That is wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People, Peo and Sal in particular, found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on, to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then it is a right deed or a deed not right. Popea, Sal? Whatever is it that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that Escorp is also known by its other name, Sapipio Agro-Industries, a wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Salpipio, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Buffeo, responsible for meat and livestock, and P, charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution of the P firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance and that they would provide assistance when requested, and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers, blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. And adherents of the flesh claim the position of the chief state counselor and monopolized rice as the common folk starve. And adherents of the bone, once right state counselor, toadies to sahil, and rises to the seat of the left state counselor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and blood and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Oh. Then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh, yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightly deserve? I don't know why I said it like that. They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So, you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds, the gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when do you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Return to this choga when you are human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha! She's a funny one, huh? Mentor? Then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing, that a military commissioner of the South Faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state councillor who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of Escort. Angdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It's news to me that you had ties to a second ordnance officer, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state councillor, who's a first ordnance, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escorp. Yes, your silence over matters of such great importance is why I've come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We admit the Blade lineage our home for Escorp availed no home for us, but the lineage, but you, Mentor. I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. Jesus fucking finally. Yeah. Lovely. They emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. Constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent. The last one echoed, the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. The winds guide me. Wow, the wind's pretty strong in here. The wind only got more turbulent the deeper we progressed. By the time we were nearing the end of the passage, the sinners could barely keep their eyes open and had to cover them with their arms. Then all of a sudden, tranquility arrived. The wind settling as though it hadn't been blasting us in the face just a moment ago. The dust the wind kicked up dissipated and revealed a scarlet rope haphazardly thrown atop a pedestal made of stacked stones. Nice. This will be fun.
천천히 가자니까.
얌전히 잠들어 있어야 할 놈들까지 눈을 떠버렸나?
Uh, uh,
죄를 새겨주겠어.
귀와 요격, 함수, 정리노아.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 정이었고.
이래서 장비는 속성별로 준비해달라고 부탁해놨었지. 적재적소했으니까 이만큼 효율적인 일도 없잖아. 직접 나서지.
oh, hey, Kim's fighting with us. That's fun.
한 점만 노린다. 좋아, 순탄하구만.
적에게 치명성을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
직접 나서지. 눈을 떨굴 수밖에. 빈틈 수성이로.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
이것 봐.
지금
한
공로
상체를 제압하는
지원한다.
건 우리만으로 충분하잖아. 모, 분, 조, 토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들은.
발권, 차단.
Huh. Nice.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 어울리겠어.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
가장
유익한
새빨간
책이 또 하나 늘었네.
지옥 세계.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Ah. He seemed to have caught us staring. He turned his head toward us, gave us a once-over, and then slumped back where he sat. Pass on by. Pass on? Gregor? I have no intent of bringing you harm. His voice was familiar, but I couldn't quite place my finger on it. Search not for a revelation in the clouds drifting by, for they hold no answers. Kim blurted out of the blue as we were about to walk past the sword-hugging man. And then that man must be... Do you know me? Must I know you to impart such unsolicited advice? Meddler in me simply cannot help himself when walking past a disadvantageous game of Baduk. The man widened his eyes in brief surprise, then began in a contemplative voice. You are a player of greater done than I, that I can tell, so if you will, permit me to solicit some advice. Shame I am of my past plays, for they were dishonorable and deserving of ridicule. Thus I had begun to wonder if I would be of better use should I become a blade for hire. Then a man of incorruptible integrity, a just soul, sought me out and asked me that I serve his blade, yet I worry that my filth may befoul his hand too. What say you? Would you say that I take this opportunity and make this play, or... What if Bamboo had him did it instead? Assault told Paskim that even if he weren't to take the chance now, an opportunity should present itself again. What about you? What do you believe I should do? You were the one I wanted to hear from after all. But Mersault's reply must have not been satisfying to the young man, that is, Kim of the past, because he again directed the question towards Kim of the present, made no effort to hide his discomfort. So if I answer my own question from the past, does that count as my second opportunity? That's more than I was afforded. Kim's reply were nothing but dry sarcasm. But the young man gave a light chuckle as though he found that non-answer to be satisfactory, then slumped back to the ground. I did ask for your advice, but I suppose the choice ultimately comes down to me. Here, take this. I know to repay for people's times, answer or not. He rummaged around for a bit in his pockets and handed us a rather sizable talk, bundled in a giant leaf. It's a bundle of delicious chalk for your troubles. Take some for the road. Yay. Oh. Okay.
천천히 가자니까.
망설임이 없도록. 이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
공로 지원한다.
너희 보조 사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
직접 나서지.
낭비.
조금 무르긴 했지만 제압은 성공적이었어. 뭐 별건 아니었지. 안 그래?
타깃 포착. 1시 방향.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇구나 해.
그 삶에 마침표를. 사선이 비었어요.
공로 지원한다.
수에선 벗어났나? 정신교육의 효과가 보이는군. 보다시피 직원들의 증오심은 환상체를 쳐죽이는 원동력이다. 당장이라도 갈아마시려는 저 눈빛 마음에 들어.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
한 점만 노린다.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모들 같았어. 림버스 컴퍼니의
예측대로
私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました. 자신만만하게 달려가더니 근자감이었던 거야?
Oh.
육자 살을 베어내고
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지?
사격 개시.
물어떨굴 수밖에.
살을 베어내고
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
육자 비열을 끈.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
먼저 빠진다.
온, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 이관. 그럼 오늘 림컴버 회식 메뉴는
As Shy Cry cuts to the second air, someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Actually, pretending to be prison guards the way we are was a lie too easy to disprove. We took to our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Okay.
천천히 가자니.
No, it can't be. My life is the experience. The memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch that we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories while I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest, darkest secrets revealed to like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it's becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Devil may cry. Then, this must be... Indeed. The right state councilor's estate. Someone whom I once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. What shalt then do? Take a tall step over, or you might trip. There were bodies displayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally. Some of them were so mangled that I could hardly tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilor's? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats on these corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bamboo-Headed Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state councilor's life was always as precarious as the candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where the positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councilor, with the chief state councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So, they're kind of how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. So that's similar to what that is happening, yeah. But not exactly. If S-Corp circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though, with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been foolish. I can't. I failed you, councillor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councillor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reached the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was. The left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, councillor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councillor at last close his eyes in his grave. So I thought. What? Huh. Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right councillor. I see that you have been hard at work. Cursed parasite. I ought to find you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Here. You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Councillor who toils day and night in service of the royal court. I know the assassins were sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas. The unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? Cruelty of your damning words is as an oppression upon decent blend like ourselves. Let's see how long you can... Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councillor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contemptuous effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state councillor, who had long been in disagreement with the right state councillor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day read on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain. And now the villain promises death to another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make it though. I don't care. Counselor, might you be looking for the right state counselor here alive as well? My lord? He sent so many of his men to their death just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you are not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungum. But you have been rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan. With you constantly getting in my way, let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I'm sorry. I've come to realize the errors of my ways. The truth is, through S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water. It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed turned it cloudy. Hearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered right state counselor. 1,000 curses about the villain. In his quest for the right state counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with S-Corp laborers, the very lifeblood that that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the counselor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Han. He is a villain. Han obey. And let the Obra's bonds take you. And with the brand of Nobi sapping your strength, even your master of the blade will only be dull. Are you to be my executioner, young Yip? I hadn't received the orders to behead you. That's what you're asking. Nor would it be befit of someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. Counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. To help you, agro-industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game, where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew, in equal standing. Soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who had made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations. I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My permission in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. Toki bird? I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palms of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can be done without bending a rule or two. And you're needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both a debt needed to be repaid. Young Yap, come with me. There is no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? Never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, I might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage to keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There. All done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp, yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes. Do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp, that's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, till eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me, self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When young Yup had let me go, I thought I'd escape the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to realize that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. Those in the tire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us. Like projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Film and photographs that can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after... Yeah. Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, it would want to kill him.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
Ah.
예측대로. 내 뒤로. 징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생각하는 게 좋겠지?
タンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
마음 둘 안. 아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다. 지가 내킬 때만 잘해줬지.
벤단 사활을
재밌네.
내 뒤로.
난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
물어떨굴 수밖에. 무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
아마도 이런 날이었을 거야. 나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에 돌아오는 날. 학교 마치고 집에 돌아왔을 때 문 너머에서 엄마의 발소리가 들리면 그 울림에 신이 나곤 했지.
발골. 차단. 회풍. 물어떨굴 수밖에.
한 점만 노린다. 깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 적살났다.
지금 완전
있는
삼촌들이랑
힘껏
고무대
찔러놓고
같았어.
웃겨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼. 이 얼마나 완벽하게 그지없는 나만의
Someone
지옥인가.
carrying a sword on his belt and sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Junikuns, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who had coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen this wretch. Junikuns began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. They're hiding them for a reason? Soon the Junikuns, having made their way around the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? So, you went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. Good work, you. Can have those vile tunicans take the noble thief like you away. A thief of the people, they're all wretches, I say wretches, so well fed, well... Approach us. You have my thanks. I did not expect to be shielded by outsiders like yourselves, but this is a welcome surprise. Who am I? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that common folk have a braid lineage. I'm only stealing the sack of rice the corrupt officials have stolen and returning them to where they belong, just as Mentor Bamboo Hat Kid had once done. Kim squeaked out a small embarrassed cough. I've lingered here for too long. They're already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Oh, is this where he heals us? Yay.
미호스럽군.
Then we lose it again. Let's go this one. Not that it matters. Boop, boop, boo. Boo.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
하지만 그래봤자 거다.
Okay, so just do these ones. Longdew is being useless.
벤다는 사활을 건다.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
직접 나서지.
단수가 이어졌다면
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
뼈를 깎는다.
쓰러졌고.
거기까지.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
아마도 이런 날이었을 거야. 나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에 돌아오는 날. 학교 마치고 집에 돌아왔을 때 문 너머에서 엄마의 발소리가 들리면 그 울림에 신이 나곤 했지.
빗소리 속에 묻히도록.
일사장령.
이래서 장기는 속성별로 준비해달라고 부탁해놨었지. 적재적소했으니까 이만큼 효율적인 일도 없잖아.
귀와 요격, 함수. 정보라 떨굴 수밖에.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
예측대로 빈틈투성이로. 징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 배워냈어요. 생각하는 게 좋겠지.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고
관리자님은
으깨놨지만
당신이 생각하는 것보다
저것들은
대단한 능력을 가지고
언젠가
있다고
다시 재생하겠지.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
내가
저는
부서지고
언제나
파괴되어도
옳은 말만
다시
한답니다.
교체되는 것처럼. 이 얼마나 완벽하기 그지없는 나만의 지옥인가.
뛰어가겠네.
Like a prey backed against a cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplation harrows the mind indeed. Now, all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who is waiting for us in there? You should know this. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not a hard guess to make, is it? I expect to find Jang Yop in there. Jang Yop was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of S-Corp, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation, your concern grown uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Im Jong Yup appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Young Yup wasn't like that. Young Yup, I still believe that Selby Pure Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avarice corrupted, and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, flowing down the river's flow to where the currents take him. Because my real name is Yasuo. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me, once abandoned. I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved fate. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to S-Corp, whence I fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method as it is now goes against the principles. I expect better from someone your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then ask me to leave the game. Why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hoped that one of those bends in the rivers of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path and stem the flow of this river evermore. Ouch. Very well. The law states the denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Jong-yop, second ordinance of the South Pipio Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner of the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate.
엄마가 검을 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
Ah. I found it.
망설임이 없도록. 이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
예측대로.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요. 빗소리 속에 묻히도록.
육청
오, 제 행. 그렇다. 무상.
거기까지.
너희 보조사사들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
내 뒤로.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
다른 부서에 있는 애고까지 가져오길 잘했지. 적재적소했으니까 이만큼 효율적인 일도 없잖아.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
Now,
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
망설임이 없도록.
nearly rolling a 0.
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しい
It
です。
does all that.
조준 중입니다.
망설임이 없도록.
반드시 적중합니다.
What?
귀와 요격, 함수, 정리노!
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
What? Cheating. What?
자신만만하게 달려가는
Now it. Okay. This game is fucking booger.
그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
Just randomly.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Can you guys do actual work?
기꺼이. 내 뒤로.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠!
날카롭고 정확하게.
박봉창.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
회풍. 모두가 말한 대로 방어적인 대응은 확실히 전면전보다 피해는 적고, 하지만 이래서야 환상체에게도 지나치게 친절한 대응 아닌가?
else there. Nice.
회풍.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
공로 지원한다.
남의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Sure. Oh.
기껏. 답공창. 매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
3번 배웠는다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찰나의 일수. 다시 1000번의 그.
신개팀 직원이라면 당연한
놀이다.
판단이겠네. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지?
내 뒤법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
정의보다도 푸른 자요, 생명 속에 파묻힌 그대. 여기서 빛의 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 아르카나 슬레이더!
Yikes.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게
잠시 아파도 장담할게요. 사람만큼 훌륭한 음악을 만들어주는 건
効果的な攻撃でした
그 삶의 마침표를. 이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
시야 확보. 쏜다.
아마도 이런 날이었을 거야.
Hmm.
나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에 돌아오는 날. 학교 마치고 집에 돌아왔을 때 문 너머에서 엄마의 발소리가 들리며 그 울림에 신이 나곤 했지.
Got enough bullets. Just got one more bullet left.
내 뒤로.
Oh. You can do it. Despair. No.
모든 무상무정 시선해봐야 부질없다 해도 기꺼이 저 풍진 세상으로.
먼저 빠진다.
일찍 끝나겠구나. 이런 걸 보면 단축의 예술.
Shit.
엄마가 선택한 최선의 방법이었을지도 모르겠어. 거미집에서의 생활도 내가 겪어야 했을 기다림도 뭐 짧게 끊어내고 싶었을 테니.
Yeah, it's now or never. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Barely. They appear evenly matched, yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it. Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that's what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bamboo-Hatted Kim and Im Jong-yup readied for their final bout, Ung-Du leaped in between them. Ah, Ung-Du. Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes. I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity. To live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with my life that was given to me? blind to the realities of my homeland. I have served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who choose to trust a fool like me. I walked an entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere. I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won, that... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. And the weakness in your heart has become the fiendish blade that cuts down your fellows. Too, I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time, that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of that burden you'd cast upon your shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor, I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. You bum. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Honestly, it's a factoid. Indeed. Perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from the silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladed ship. Ungdu and Im Chung Yup were knocked away from Bamboo Hat Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raised his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laugh escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? forged me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that, in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have the opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round, as you say. We never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears, I am but a tool wielded by wielding hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman Im Jung-yeop readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her and saw that weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. To hide from heaven's gate this hat I wore. An empty boat it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled we trip from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. He to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to brought salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What? To call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world, how to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world, there is none. So call me Bamboo-hatted Kim. Bamboo-hatted Kim, the treacherous wretch.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Angela, you can't just put him back in the book after that. kind of just mean. The photographs rapidly folded away from reality, perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. God, that's annoying. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. Fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreet and their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They are our lives, our experiences. Do you want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you can get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end, so that you can get high on fake purchased experiences into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, can't be. My life, those experiences and the memories I've photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experiences, without care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So tell me, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mersault's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Mersault? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersault. Huh? A figure materialized into humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey! That thing's still alive. It is. But an overlay of fathoms, created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet, fate does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, cursed one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing, while impersonating Chunokuns of Salpipio's agro-industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipio's agro-industries downtrodden as a mere veil for its own fathoms And, though it may be part of a reenactment impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree, pursuant to the law of homeland, and accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint, mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Oh. Can a entity of the fathoms slay one outside of it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Yop is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Im Jung Yop's shape slowly phases out of reality. We found ourselves back in the projection room, and there... No way. Don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Oopsies.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐? 저놈들 무기까지 주어서 철수하자고.
Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commanded us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks. But it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion from N-Corp. Not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked towards Angdu and Kim with light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she'd been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's a real win of this mission in my book. Hooey! Point is, we did it. And we did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear, I am never doing one of these things without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seems that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra was more familiar with. Thus, I shall abide by more of your indolence You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Angdu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Angdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I know. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen, in any case. Fine, you're released. You've given me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Angdu, I'm afraid they might have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that... Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now, I've grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask thee a clarification, if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's print frame team, the foe had taken photographs of us? And they are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who hath violated taboos, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had to come to blows, yet I find this to be most vexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations. Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Thine words hold water, yet most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question from Assault. Given how often I had to rely on the information Assault had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have near photographic memory of what he's seen... Assault, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's also so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most? That's weird to say. Right. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ah, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model, if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? Incorp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion, see? It is, as she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first.
Yes. We fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you are recommended. But we are here on different business. So if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on. Result. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Result did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Misalt, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisyphe headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and that you are of sound mind and to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Mersault? Mersault, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you It was less a question and more a reflex, but I did need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject is now in custody. From this moment onward, you are now considered a suspect and you will be transported to NCORP headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is part of? Organize your arse. What in bloody hell do you think you're... Why did I go Scottish? Let me try that again. Organize your arse. What in the bloody hell do you think you're doing? Heathcliff. Heathcliff. You're about to antagonize NCORP, a wing. In the absence of reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with your city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? And we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the NCorp's employees. So, where are you taking him? Every trial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mersault into custody. We all looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Mersault, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on an ordinary day. Yay. Is that it? Sure is. That was fun. What is this? Guess I can... Is that it? Oh boy. Yeah. Nah. Yep. Well, that was interesting. So this was all H Corp. Location unobservable. Well, that event was interesting. It's almost like a mini one for Kim.